Okay. Let's set to the right thing. Sit here. How are we doing, guys? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? How are we doing today? We can. We can. Oh my god. Well, that's good. I am so fucking itchy, dude. I don't know what it is. I just randomly, I feel like I randomly broke out into hives or something, the other day, and I've just been, like, my whole body is just covered in fucking itchy red. It's never happened to me before. I don't know what that, I have no idea what that's from, but not pleasant. Feels like I'm dying. Okay, let's scoot back into things a little. Here we go. Okay, before I do this, hold on. Before I jump into things, Okay. So I have a problem. Well, it's not really a problem, but it is a little weird, right? Which is that I wanna, like, I have things set up on the Ko-fi page. Hold on, let me turn the music down on my ears a little bit. Let me know if you want me to turn it down for you guys too. But I have so I've been doing stuff with my Ko-fi page, and it's like I set it up specifically because I'm gonna be going to ReaperCon, and one of the things I wanted to do there was I wanted to offer like convention sketches. So I wanted to bring a sketchbook and be able to give people like sketches done at the convention. You know, just quick little character sketches that I could take a payment for and then hand them the sketch, and that'll be that. You know, just a way to make some extra money and, you know, just interact with people a little bit more while I'm there. Because I assume if I'm gonna have an artist's alley booth, but I don't have anything like, I don't really have anything. I don't have a banner or anything. That's another thing. Should I get a banner? I don't know. I don't know if I'll have time to get one printed, but like, I feel like I feel like if I'm gonna have a table, I should have something on it. I'm gonna have some prints there, but I don't know what to bring, because I've never done an artist's alley at a convention like that or anything like that before. But I wanted to do, because I figure I'm not gonna be doing much. I'm not gonna be going around doing like the set, like the panels and the classes and all that stuff. So I'll probably just be hanging around whatever table they give me. And I wanted to do, you know, I wanted to be able to do some sketches for people while I'm there. And so I set that up on Ko-fi because I kind of like the way Ko-fi is set up. I feel like I don't know if it's gonna be the only place, but I'm definitely gonna continue to push push commissions through there if possible, just because I think having people on the page might encourage people to, like, you know, set up a monthly or just, you know, just support a little extra. I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's a good thing to have set up. It's just, you know, rather than the Streamlabs donations or whatever, even though I'll still maybe use those. But anyway, I'm all of this is to talk about the fact that for some reason, because I did push the commissions out on Discord to people who are going to be at the convention, and they, like, just to see, you know, to let people kind of pre-book a spot there. And a couple people did. They hit up the commissions page. My problem with Ko-fi, and I'll show you this right now. Right. I'll show you this right here. Hold on. Ooh, let me make that a little bit smaller. Is that the commissions, as you can see, like, they go towards the goal, like the donation goal, which I don't know if I like that. Because I feel like it's the same with when things are on the shop part. I don't know. They have commissions and they have a shop. I don't know what the difference between those two things is, but they're two different things that you can, like, sell the same thing via. I don't know. But my point is, it goes here and it goes towards the goal, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Because I kind of do. I would like to, if possible, make streaming more of my sort of, like, if not the primary way that I keep my monthly loan bill paid. At least that one, right? But I don't necessarily know if I want to count. Like, I don't know. I haven't really. It just feels a little bit weird. Let me know what you guys think. This is just a ramble because I happen to see that, and also because I don't know that I can get like a bar, like a bar for it. Let me actually see if they have one of those while I am buttons and widgets. Let's see. Have stream alerts. Chat. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Twitch. Yeah, they don't have, like, there's no way for me to have, like, the goal as a like a stream overlay widget, I don't think. Right? I don't think that's a way. That's a thing I can do. Oh, live goal overlay. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. In that case, copy. Let's... Which one is this? Is this? Properties, because this is Streamlabs. There we go. Look at that. They do have it. Anyway, you guys are very quiet today. Sorry for not answering the question, by the way. I don't deal with hay fever. I don't really have any allergies that I'm aware of. I've never really have. I don't know. So I don't know why I'm all of a sudden like covered in a fucking rash. Alright, I feel like that's all. Yeah, okay, so we go back here. There we go. Okay. With the rest of the links. Is there not a link? There should be a command. I can do that though. Let me go to my channel here. And mute myself. And then that maybe I'll just swap it. I'm just gonna swap the oh yeah, no, there is one, but I think what I'm gonna maybe we'll hide the donate one for now, because we're not really using the Streamlabs one, right? Because I don't really use this. No one ever uses the Streamlabs one, so I feel like we'll just remove this for now, and then. So now the support button is there, but you know what? Maybe I can also put a fucking widget in there. Let me see. Buttons and widgets. Donation button. Choose a button type. Image. Yeah, we'll go with this. Copy, paste. We'll go with green. There because I like it. Copy. Okay, edit. No HTML. Oh, this does not support HTML. Okay, then never mind. I can't put that in there. Because it only... Yeah, so I can't put a thing directly in there, so. I thought I could, but I can't put like an HTML button directly in the panel, so. Oh well. Anyway, that's enough of that. Enough bloviating. Enough bloviating. Hoo hoo hoo. So how are you guys doing? How's everything? Did I delete these? Or did I not? No, I didn't. That's not what I wanted. I wanted that. Copy. Paste. There we go. There we go. Alright. I lost my pen now. So how's it going, everyone? How's everything? How's everything? Put this over here. I still haven't figured out a good way to set up my my Restream chat or anything like that. I still don't even know if using Restream is worth it, to be honest. We haven't actually come to a conclusion about that. And by we, I mean me. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys have any thoughts on Restream, or no? It's not a thing that concerns you? I don't know why I'm asking you guys. You guys never answer anything. I might as well be talking to a goddamn wall. The thing is, when you have people that don't talk in chat, it allows me to just sort of project anything I want onto it like a blank slate. Hey man, what's going on? How's it going, my friend? How is it going? I'm gonna move this over because I can't see anything. Technically, I did a long time ago. A long time ago. How's it going, man? How you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Judo is an old friend from way back in the day now, which feels very weird to say, but back in the before times. I've been watching the show Silo recently, and they use that term a lot. They say back in the before times. Before everything died. He was an old sort of like regular viewer that just kind of became a friend and played in some games and stuff, some tabletop games and stuff on the channel a long time ago. Very cool guy. We've hung out a number of times at various conventions and whatnot. That was back when that was my job, and not this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just anything, you want to mute. Just go ahead and get froggy on that mute button. So this is... Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I am glad to hear it. I don't know, I had a kind of a heavy burnout years back from running the channel, and and just the way things were going. Some things were not working out the way that I wanted to, no matter how much effort I put into them, and just a lot of stuff was not, it just wasn't going the way that I liked, and it was burning me out a lot. So I stepped back from content creation, social media, all of that stuff for a good long time, and then I moved down to Florida, where I've been for the last 6 years now, close to 6 years I think, and I am now, or I have been, essentially just doing illustration work for tabletop games and things like that full time for I want to say the last 2 years now. I'm currently working on this, which is my first convention print, or it will be once it's done. And then, but I've been doing a lot of work for my friends over at Reaper Miniatures for the last year and a half, 2 years. That's basically they've been pretty much my only client for barring a few private things. They've been my only client for the last 2 years. Cause they need a lot of stuff, and I am doing my best. But it's good, I'm happy. I like this stuff. Private life has been a little difficult, mostly due to my, you know, my parents getting older, but you roll with what you got, right? You gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I was going strong about. Hey, that's cool, man. That's awesome. Yeah, me and my home group were still playing together. They've been with me through the entire saga of like live streaming and all the ups and downs about that, and then everything after. So I don't even remember how long I've been with them. I could probably look it up, but it's got to be close to 10 years at this point that we've been getting together like every Friday. It's gotta be somewhere in that region, I think. You know, I just a couple months ago, I got a message from one of the guys that I what's it called? One of the guys that I had in my actually, let me see if I can find it. An old friend from back when I was doing tabletop stuff. Let me see. Oh yeah. So so an old friend who I have not talked to in a long time, but I essentially, he was a guy that I forget where I even picked him up. I think it was on Twitter, but I don't even remember. But I had picked him up on Twitter and brought him on for one of the old RPG shows that the tabletop shows that I ran. And I think that was like his first introduction, not his first introduction to tabletop gaming, but that was like how he got into, he had never done any streaming or anything before that, or he'd never really been involved in anything. And he was really cool. And he ended up doing stuff with some other friends of mine, and being a long time person on one of my other friends' channels and all that stuff. And he emailed me, or he DM'd me on Discord like a couple months back, saying that I guess I don't know when it would release. I guess it would release sometime. Either it has released or it was going to release in the near future. But just throughout his like growing and making connections and just being involved in the streaming space, he had gotten the opportunity to, I guess, DM for a group on. I don't know if it was a group of the players from, or if it was on, but it was on the Critical Role channel. So he was, I guess he'd been brought on to do some DMing for them, or for someone there, and they were gonna, that show was supposed to be premiering sometime soon, and so he sent me a message to be like, it's been a long journey, but I wanted to say, what's up, because. And say something, because he was like, because if you hadn't reached out to me, like, I don't think, I probably would have never been, I would have never gotten involved in streaming in the first place. And I was like, hey man, I did nothing. I'm just a guy. It's you guys who kind of knock it out of the park, and who really take it somewhere else. I always said, look, here's the thing about streaming tabletop games and stuff. I always said, and I still maintain to this day, that I was always the weakest link on any of the shows that I produced. Like, I was always the least interesting person at the table. And it was all just like the people that, you know, the people that brought their own personality and you know, and that really kind of entertained everyone. I was always just kind of along for the ride. But still, you know, I don't know. I got very lucky with just the quality of the people that I got a chance to meet and engage with and work with, and you know, I guess quote unquote discover. You know, it was good. It was fun. I had a lot of fun, though. It would have been so much more enjoyable for me had it not been necessary to treat it like a business. Because, I don't know, it was the business aspect of the whole thing, of like running, you know, trying to create something that was sort of self-sustaining and worked, that always like that I was never really up for. I don't know. That part was always the hardest for me. Hey, what's up, Heretical? Also, what's up, Rag? I just happen to have a water bottle here, so I will drink some. And that's why, you know, when I came back to streaming, I was just streaming art. Like, I was just doodling on the channel. I didn't really have anything to do because I wasn't doing any professional art at the time. I just came back to streaming to like just paint, you know, just do stuff. And a couple people who are gone now, but a couple people who were like, you know, longtime viewers and lurkers and supporters of the channel, they kept asking if I was ever gonna run more tabletop game content, or if I was gonna like do more stuff with that. And I'm like, you know, I think I'm good on that. Like, I don't need that kind of stress in my life. I just, it's sort of like when you you know, my brother used to do comedy, stand-up comedy, and it's like once you try and do it as a job, it takes so much of the fun out of just being able to enjoy it with friends, because everything about it is like, I hated so much having to like constantly be thinking, like, instead of just being able to focus on hanging out with cool people and having fun and telling stories and stuff, like, I also had to focus on, like, are the metrics working out? You know, are we growing? Is, you know, how is the revenue looking? Like, are we getting sponsors? Am I able to, like, do I have stuff that am I able to push things, like, more? Am I, you know? And then it was kind of a thing where, if you never tried to do this, man, putting together events, oh my god. Putting together events was the hardest thing. Like, I would do charity events, and it's like, it would just be months of me sending out DMs and messages and emails to people, like, just, you know, to put stuff together, and, like, at the same time, I have to do casting for new shows. I'm just like, I burned out hard on it, and I don't ever want to go back. Like, I will happily play in a game, you know, even though I suck I think I'm like the worst player possible, but I just have no interest in like running any kind of content creation anymore. I'm good with this. I'm good just drawing. This is fine. I don't need anything else. I actually had I had a friend. Unfortunately, he himself also sort of burned out and had to give it up. But like right as I got back into streaming, there was a guy who was my friend named Sheepdog who came to me to do some art for him because he wanted to start his he had done tabletop streaming before, but he wanted to like rebrand his channel to like a new thing and like really start focusing on creating like high quality storytelling role-playing content. And so he started a channel called The Wandering Inn, and I did a lot of art for him. Almost, lots of shows he would run. I would do overlays or like illustration work for, stuff like that. And his casts were amazing. Like, he knew great people and they were super into the content and their role playing was amazing and all that stuff. But he decided that he wanted to move all of the content, all of the live streaming, and the video side of things, like, completely to YouTube. Like, he didn't want to do Twitch anymore. He just wanted to move things to YouTube. And so, unfortunately, it kind of became the case that he was getting, like, even though his content was great, he was getting no views, and it was very hard. It made it very hard to support, like, keeping it going, because he had to, like, he would insist and he had to pay people out of his own pocket to keep things going, and the content just wasn't getting the views on YouTube that it needed in order to, like, have that sort of growth cycle and sort of perpetuate itself. And it's a shame too, because his content was really good, his people were great, like, he was a great storyteller, his casts loved him, and they had a ton of fun with each other, but the metrics just weren't there, and it sucks, and he ended up not being able to support it long term, and he had to abandon the project. But it's like, and I feel bad, man, because I hate that people have to go through that. I would love if everyone was able to sort of do the thing that they wanted to do. Rather than, having to be a slave to the metrics. The fucking metrics. Never let yourself get caught up in, like, dude, as soon as I started watching Twitter metrics, it was over for me. Like, there's no, took away all my love for the, doing stuff. Thankfully, I don't know, like, I haven't really, I don't know, illustration remains, like, because I don't care about about streaming stuff anymore. Like, I like hanging out with people on stream, but this, like, streaming is not my job anymore, and so I get to just focus on, doing this, on the artwork. Anyway, That's enough about that. That's enough about that. So what else is new, guys? That's all good, man. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Oop, that's all I wanted to do. I appreciate you. We're supposed to be on here, right? We're supposed to be on this guy. God damn it. God damn it. So what's going on, guys? What else is new? No worries, man. No worries. Have a good evening. I'm gonna have an ad here in 2 minutes, I guess. So, apologies for that. I will see you guys right after it. I actually think that this this thing may actually be better going the other way. So. What happened? Oh. That's weird. That's weird. Huh. I'm still connected, right? Yeah. That's weird. Restream went offline. I think Restream crashed, or it says it's offline. But Twitch seems to be still online. That's weird. That's weird. I don't know how that works. I have no idea how this works. Don't know. Oh well. Yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Do I have a nice cloud brush or like mist brush, something like that? And then maybe we'll. I don't know. We'll grab some of this.
Treacherous journey inside a nightmare of passion and death. A love affair with horror, with horror, with horror, with horror. love affair with horror, with horror, with horror, with horror, with horror.
Defies all the laws of man and God.
A creature like that, how would it ever die? You're a very good detective. You discovered everything except Satan thieves.
So how's it going, guys? What are you guys up to today? I did, I had to apply for a new, or I had to put in a form for a new passport today. Yesterday. No, I put it in for it yesterday. Cost me a fucking arm and a leg. And then today I filed, or I had my my first ATF Form 4 filed. I'd never done one of those before. I'd only ever done, like, is it 4477s? The, just the normal background check stuff. I'm telling you guys, my goal is still, we gotta get this channel like popping, because my goal is still to my fake goal is still to run a private, like a meetup / mini convention, which is just like a big range day. I just want to bring all my viewers out to have a fun range day. And to that effect, that's not true. I was going to say any and all donations will go towards that, towards procuring the tools, but that's not true. They go to rent. But if I had any money left over, I would be procuring more. What do you guys think? I don't know. If let me know if this is a thing you have an opinion on. Should I buy, at some point, should I buy a 3D printer? I've always been intrigued by them, like, in a lot of ways, but I've never used one. I've never owned one. And I don't know, it just becomes like, I find it hard to justify the cost, because I keep thinking to myself, like, I'm not going to be printing anything good with them, because I don't have the space or the ability to have a like a resin printer. because you know you need like those are a whole thing. You need like the resin printer, and then you need the UV curing, and you need to wash the parts, and there's fumes and all that shit. It's just not something I have the ability to do. I have very limited space, and that would have to live out in my garage, and I don't want to put it out there. So no, not a resin printer, but like just a filament printer I think would be fun. But filament printers can't print like tabletop minis or anything like that. And so other than something like that, I can't. The only thing that I can think of that would be, you know, that you'd print on like a filament printer is just like little plastic junk that I don't really need. You know, like I don't need like an articulated snake or like a little statue of a comic book character or something on my, you know, to put on my shelf. Like I don't need any of those things really. Hello. How are you? I'm just rambling about what I'd do if I had a 3D printer. Your uncle has a 3D printer. Yeah, well, but that's the thing, is like, and I get all that, but I feel like if I had one, I would want one that like that could be used for something. I hate to say it, but like productive, because I don't know. I feel like the whole conceit of a 3D printer is that essentially, like, you pay a bunch of money to have this device so that you could, like, print little plastic knickknacks that you honestly wouldn't even spend $1 on. And, you know, if someone were to, like, offer to sell you one, right? Like, it's just little junk that you don't really need, and we all know that. Everyone kind of knows that. Which, for some people, that's fun. I don't really have the space for, like, any of that stuff. I don't know. It's a thing that's been floating around in my mind for a while. But anyway, hello. Welcome on in. Hello. And to anyone else who's here, if you're new here, never met before, hi, how's it going? If we've never met before, my name is Askren. I'm a fantasy artist. Make art for tabletop games and stuff like that. Stuff tangentially related to tabletop games, I suppose. Oh, should I totally should. I'm totally gonna get...
Rank up.
Ah!
The line.
Oh, what the fuck? Hello, dude, Carson, what is going on, my man? Hello. Welcome on in. How was your stream, man? How's it going? It's been a while. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, how's it going? I literally was just introducing myself. Hello, hi. My name is Askren. If we've never met before, I'm a fantasy artist. I make art for tabletop games and stuff. You know, that's basically it. I'm currently working on a big sort of print. Oh, stuff. I'm getting alerts. Just got a kitten, so it ended early to hang out. Oh, very cool, man.
A new follower.
Well, that's awesome. Well, feel free if you want to. Feel free to pay some art tax, show what you're working on, self promo, anything like that. Dude, Carson is a fantastic artist. I've been a fan of him for a long time. I've been a friend, for a little less time than that, but I've been a fan of him since forever ago. Fantastic artist. I lurk in his stream all the time. But this is what I'm working on. This is just my latest piece, which is going to be a print that I'm putting out for a convention that I'm going to at the end of August. If you guys don't know, the last 2 years or so, I've been working mostly for Reaper Miniatures. Making art for them. This is not commissioned by them. This is just for me, but I'm going to their convention, which is going to be my first time doing an artist's alley at a convention. And so I wanted to do a brand new piece to sort of sell as a print there. So let me toggle this. Hold on, just so you can see things a little better. So this is what I've been working on. This is the illustrations, a bunch of D&D characters with a big old nasty Cthulhu monster down at the bottom that I'm gonna have fun painting. And I don't know, I've just been trying to practice like all my composition and like stuff that would go on that would make like good cover art and stuff like that. So I'm working on it. But I've also done a lot of recent work. Let me open some for you just to show off. So this is the last piece that I finished for Reaper, which is a sort of a design / illustration for their gnome king, which is kind of based on a miniature that they had a bust of. They just had like the head, the crown, the torso, and it had like the staff, which had a frog on it, and the pipe. And they asked for a big sort of diorama illustration of him, so I did all of this stuff. And then before that, I did this for them, which this is, I think they're using was both a miniature design and they're using as their shirt for ReaperCon this year. And then I did, where are we? Hold on. And then I did these guys, which were also designs for this year's ReaperCon. So these are just a bunch of characters that were designed so they could turn them into miniatures. I don't have the pictures of the miniatures right now, but they do exist. Reaper has tweeted them out, so they had their sculptors go through and make little plastic miniatures that you can kind of buy and paint and stuff. So these were some of the designs that I did for them. All of this is painted on stream, so if you guys like my work, you can hang out and check that stuff out. I've done some cover work, cover art. So this was one of the first covers I did for them. And then this was another one that I did earlier this year for a monster manual. And this one, which was for an adventure module. So this is the kind of stuff I've been getting up to recently. This is what I do. So if you like that stuff, hang it out. Hit the follow button. Maybe, maybe join the club. It's fun. Sorry, I totally did not click your link. I'm clicking it now. And thank you guys. Thank you for the kind words. And the follows. Alright, let me see. Man. He's too good, man. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. He's too good for me. I like this. I like the oh, it's the different. Oh, I see now. It's just a bunch of different gaming references. Okay, I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I get them now. I get them. I get them now. The Mass Effect, my beloved GameCube, which I grew up with. Actually, I was 13 when I got my GameCube, but I grew up with the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation. I don't know what I have no idea what that is. That's the guy from Baldur's Gate. That's from what's his name? Mimir, right? The Witch King. That's a Dr. Octopus Claw, I think. I feel like that's familiar. I don't remember. I can't quite place it. Say the same. No, you can't. I refuse. I refuse. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude making random scribbles and nonsense. Have a good lurk, man. Thank you so much for the raid, and again, welcome on in. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm trying to get back to my schedule. I have been, unfortunately, I've been kind of away for the last month. So I streamed on Monday, and that was the first stream that I'd done in 25 days. I don't really I don't know. It might be too much oversharing to really delve into the specifics, but I've been taking care of my parents, my dad mostly. He's elderly. He actually just had his birthday. We just celebrated his birthday yesterday. But he was hospitalized for a while, so and then he was in a recovery facility for a physical therapy recovery for 2 months, and I had to do a lot of stuff while he was in there. But I'm trying to get back to streaming. He's home now, and he's doing better, so I can kind of just get back to work, instead of having to focus on all the stuff that goes along with parents getting older. I mean, look, trust me, if you guys, once you guys are as old as I am, you will, it'll happen to everyone. It's inevitable, right? People get older, and all of a sudden you gotta take on responsibilities that you never really planned for, right? It's you didn't plan for it, you never really thought you'd have to deal with it, but here it is. So, it's okay though. I appreciate the kind words, guys. Thank you. And thank you for the follows, guys. Thank you. How are you doing? How's your day going?
A new follower.
Again, if you like my work, ! Coffee, KOFI. I have a little thing there. I do try my best to pay some of my bills via streaming, so every little dollar towards that will is greatly appreciated, and keeps me working and keeps me able to come out here and do this for you, and not have to grind so hard on keeping the queue stocked with work. But I also take commissions. I am a little my queue is a little backed up right now because I've got this stuff to do, and then I think I have a few commissions that I owe people because unfortunately not being around this past month is I've just got so backed up. And so I owe people work, and I'm sorry about that to anyone I do owe stuff to. I'm sorry, but I will try and get to it when I can. I hate being that guy. I don't know. I just whenever I was starting out, I never wanted to be, I never thought of myself as like the kind of artist who would be like, because everyone knows them, like we've all heard about them, like you pay an artist for something and then they disappear for like who knows how long. Bro, the amount of emails that I have sent to Reaper telling them that I am sorry that I'm, you know, that my work is late, you know, but because, you know, because of all this stuff that I've had to kind of handle over the past couple months, is like, I'm surprised they keep me around, because, bro, the amount of times I've been like, I'm sorry, I've just, you know, it's just, I've been dealing with stuff, but thankfully they've been so nice to me, like, they've been super great. I could not ask for a better, you know, a better client. About to get into writing for the evening. Have to get it done by the 13th of next month. Hey, if you got deadlines, don't put those deadlines off. Yeah. If you guys do want to keep up with me, I have social medias that I almost never use. All links are down below. We do have a little Discord, which is not very active, but I do post when I'm going, you know, when I'm going live on stream, and when, and you know, it also is kind of just a chill little place for people. Mostly the art channel is what people use. So if you like seeing people's work, or you are an aspiring or working artist yourself, you're more than welcome to show off your stuff there, or solicit some feedback, you know, maybe get some input, some advice. I'm more than happy if I'm around, and people ask, I'm more than happy to provide critique, commentary, feedback, and anything that I can. ! Discord should get you the link to that if you want, or I think there's a button down below chat. So yeah, I don't know. I always, like, I'm not very social, and thank you for the follow, also. I'm not very, like, a social person, so I don't, like, post anything on social media. And Discord is the same way. Like, I am in a lot of Discords, but I don't talk in a lot of Discords, because I just don't feel like I have anything to say at any given moment. But my hope, my sort of enduring hope, is that someone will come along and join my Discord and just be like that kind of overly social person who just is constantly filling the chat with memes and, you know, just posting random stuff, and then they sort of get other people to you know, to talk and interact, and so it becomes like a thriving community without me having to do anything. That's my hope. I'm holding out hope. How are you guys finding me on Behance? What the fuck? I'm getting notifications about that, and I'm like, I don't even use that site anymore. My website is, I think there's a link down below. It's just artofbrianpodell.com. It's a very clunky name, I know, but that's my website. I just put some work up on it. Just put all my most recent stuff. Oh, is it in the bio? That's weird. I never use that site. Here's the thing about Behance that I hate, like, because it's tied to Adobe, the alerts, I don't know if you guys can hear them, because I may have system sounds muted for the mix, but I get alerts, like I get desktop alerts every time someone either follows, or like sometimes people will add pieces that you have up on Behance to like a gallery or a collection or something that they have. And so on my Behance, no one uses my profile for illustration work, because I never really posted any there. I mean, I think I posted a little bit, but it was never a primary thing. And so but I do have all of my, yes, I do have my own site. It's, artofbrianpudel.com. There we go. That's it, right? Did I type that wrong? I feel like I did. I feel like I typed that wrong. No, I didn't. Is it just load? No. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I must have typed that wrong. It's this. Yeah, let me delete this message. Ignore the first one. Yes, I do pay for the website. I think I pay about $100 a year for it to be up. Which is... Okay, so here's something that's funny about my website. And I hate this, right? I hate that it's like this. But it is. And there's nothing I can do about it. Except for, like, go to a new host. But the problem is, like, all different hosts have their own, like, proprietary and unique. No, not $100 a month. God no. But like every host has their own like proprietary layouts and stuff, and I found a lot of them I just don't like. My only problem with this website is that it has a contact form, and I can even show you on the back end. Actually, I will show you because it's funny. It's funny to me. So here. Okay. So here. Sorry for the I don't know if I can dark theme this. Maybe not. I don't know. Whatever. This is the dashboard, right? Look here, I'll show you. Watch. So if I go here, I have an inbox where contacts come through, all right? I can't reply to these. I can't reply to these messages that people send me. I can only receive emails through the website. I cannot reply to them. I have to literally, when I get an email on my website, I literally have to take that email and then send them an email back from my Gmail account. Because the website does not do that on the back end, and I don't know why. And I hate it. And so that's why it looks like none of the emails are read, is because I don't go to the website to read them, because they send me an email anyway when someone sends me a contact, and so I just copy and paste from the email it sends me, right? But on the web, I don't actually go to the back end of the website to read any of those emails, because why would I? I don't know, that's my only problem with it. It's really stupid. And I've even asked them why, and they're like, I don't know. It's just the way our system works. Yeah, no, $100 a month for domain name registration and and the design services or the design templates and all of the back end stuff. It has a shop backend built into it. It has here it has if you go to the website, there's a store. All of that is integrated. The payment stuff and all that is just directly integrated. Everything's just there. And so it's all that's pretty solid for $1 or $8. But yeah, I don't know. I would encourage anyone who's an artist of any description to definitely get your own website, right? I don't know, it's just more professional, right? And it'll do a lot for you. Directing people to your personal site will help you a lot more than than being like, here's my I don't know, ArtStation or whatever. Also, we don't really use ArtStation anymore. I dipped out of ArtStation after when they were sort of starting to accept all of the AI stuff, and like the fact that their store part is just full of AI shit. So that's why I don't use ArtStation anymore, and I'd rather just have my own site. It's easier, less hassle. I still post stuff on like Instagram and whatnot, but I don't know, that's just for fun. By the way, if you use Instagram, you can follow me on Instagram. I don't know. I post my work up there when I'm done with it. Everything that I do on stream gets posted on there. Anyway. So what's new, guys? What's going on with you? Anything interesting? My brother has been in town. I gotta take him back to the airport at like 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh my god, we're gonna have an ad here in a couple minutes. I don't have to explain to you, guys know the deal, but Twitch makes me run ads. Twitch runs ads on the. They don't make me. They do. They're gonna do it no matter what. So we run a couple minutes every hour, just to keep them off our backs. So feel free to grab a drink, get up and stretch, whatever whatever you want to do. Oh yeah, true. I don't type for like 2 days, and then suddenly I become illiterate. I hope that's not true. I still don't know. I haven't kind of decided what I want to do color-wise for this guy down here. This, I don't know why this is so bright. I should darken this down, because it's not, God fucking damn it. I don't know why I'm so itchy. Guys, why am I so itchy? Man, there really is, like, so few people on today. I just look over at Twitch and, like, no one that I follow was online today. Don't know why that is. It's weird. Okay, so this part is... I think I should just go, like, straight dark. Right up against this. I think that's the play here. Just let the dark be the frame. A lot of this is stuff I've never done before, painting-wise, so there's definitely a lot of, like, figuring this stuff out as I go. You know? Which is the case for every painting, really, but... I don't know, there's just occasions where it's like, it's a little bit more obvious, I suppose. Ad time. Embrace the ad break. Oh my god. Yeah, but why would you want to, honestly? Like how how is that a good thing if you think about it? I don't know what I want to do for the colors on this guy. I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit. Should I go like should I go like Cthulhu green Or should we go with more of a purple? I don't know. Let me go down here and maybe we'll figure something out. I mean, purple's okay. I'm a big fan of green. I just don't know how it'll play. I feel like it. I feel like because we've got so much green in the in the top half of the painting, I don't know how going green down at the bottom would work. We'll see. We'll have to see. Let's just hide that real quick. I'll take this one. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I may need to go a little bit darker. Or maybe, I don't know. Because the real issue is the shadows, too, have to be punchy. And I've been using blue. So I'm thinking I'll stick with that. And then maybe we'll throw in some purplish hues. I think I may go with a more saturated green. Just here. More saturated and brighter. So something like this. Oh, that looks super. Right, that's yeah. What I'm thinking of ain't necessarily what I end up with. I gotta tweak it a little bit. Might even go darker here. A little bit more towards the blue. We'll definitely punch this up with some browns stuff. I think this thing down is definitely going to be the most time-consuming part of the painting. Because we don't have any real good light on here, so... When do you have to have it done by? Well, the convention is at the end of August, and I need about a week to get the actual prints. So my goal is to have this whole painting done probably the middle of August, at the latest. Yeah, I mean, it'll be enough time. I have intentionally given myself plenty of time to work on this, even though I actually did kind of gimp myself a little bit, because my idea originally was, when I started, right, and I'll show you here in a second, I almost never do this. I do, but this isn't usually the way I work, but so I actually did, like, I went through and intentionally did as clean as possible pencil pass as I could. In case you're wondering, this is usually what it looks like this is what every painting sort of looks like before I start actually doing the color work, though this one I intentionally went like as much cleaner and much tighter than I normally do on a lot of it, but because what I had intended to, or what I had thought about, is if I can make a really, really tight sort of complete pencil pass, then I can do like a special edition print that's just the pencil version. Kind of like, because one of my favorite artists is the way he does things often is he'll do like the pencil, like he'll do a really tight pencil. Well, it's like tight but kind of loose pencil drawing for every cover, and then he'll go on to paint it. But sometimes they'll do like because he usually does work for Paizo, and sometimes they'll like keep the pencil copy or a photo of the pencil, because he usually paints directly over it, to publish as like a promo, or sometimes they'll put it out as like promo art, or sometimes they'll use it or something. So I wanted to be like, okay, so I'll keep the pencil, and then we'll do it'll be just like a special edition. So like some people can buy a print that's like just this, maybe on like metallic or something like that. I could have just not done that, and it would have saved me like a week of actually going through and doing all of this shit. But I did it, and so now I have this. And the funny part too is, like, if you look here, and then this is me painting over the pencil, and then this is the painting now, and you'll notice that like I've changed quite a bit of the painting, right? So like it's not exactly the same as it was. It doesn't quite because some of the stuff that I did, I just wasn't happy with, and it wasn't working for me. Like even right now, like this whole character here, I'm not a fan of, and I kind of want to redo the whole character, and like there's a lot of stuff that I still I still want to change, and that's normal for me. like, for example, like I can show you, you can see almost with any of my paintings, like, actually, let me show you. So, like, this is, for example, this is a cover that I did, a cover illustration, right? This is what the final illustration looks like. But if I go back into my actual work for it, let me see if I have it here. This was my original, like, early version of it, right? And so, you know, and like I had some ideas that I wanted to try, and I was working it out, and I was working hard on this stuff. Like, I was working through this, but the more that I worked through it, the less and less happy I was with it. And I felt like a lot of it just wasn't working for me. And so you can see, I don't even remember, like, it went through, so, like, you can see I worked it up, and like, stuff changed, like, the background changed, you know, I refined, I did her, I refined the pose, I was doing a lot of this stuff, and then I was just like, you know what, I think, I don't remember when, but it's like, at some point I was just like, you know, this is even more working on it, and I'm like, this just wasn't working for me. Like, something about it wasn't working for me, and so I went in and I literally just changed the whole thing. Like, I just redrew the whole thing. And so, you know, back to a little bit towards something that I was more happy with. So that's, like, you can see, that happens all the time, right? Like, with, you know, that happens with paintings just all the time. The only reason it's an issue here is because I am, if I wanted to do that, like, that pencil copy of it, of the illustration, then now I have to go back and I would have to redo that part of the drawing so that it would be, you know, so that it would match the final version of the painting. You know what I mean? And I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. But yes, I do that a lot, which is that I will be working on something, and it's, you know, it's just not coming out the way I want it to, right? And it's like, the things that I've tried I'm like, not happy with it. So we'll go back to the drawing board, we'll start over, we'll try some, you know, go in a new direction, try some new things. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and it does work pretty well when you're when you're not on a deadline, like when you have a good amount of time to work on stuff. The problem comes when I'm working on something and I'm rushed, like I'm strapped for time, and then, you know, it's like, okay, well, unfortunately now I don't have time to do iterations, or like I don't have time to do different designs on stuff, like different sketch designs. Sometimes I just have to go, like, I just have to dive in and I have to do it, like, it's like you get one shot, right? You do one sketch and maybe a little bit of refining on it, but whatever that's, you know, is in that sketch, that's how it's gonna be. I often describe my process as completely chaotic and nonsensical. Very, like, I very much paint and draw like someone who has no idea what the fuck they're doing. And I just kind of hope that it turns out for the best. Like, I hope that after a bunch of flailing around and, you know, trying to make stuff work, that eventually I can come up with something that's like, okay, well, kinda. When they brought me on to do stuff for the Reaper book, I was like, the only thing I wanted was, I just so desperately wanted to not have the worst piece of art in the book. Reaper brought me on for they decided they had kickstarted a tabletop game called Dungeon Dwellers, and it was like they were publishing their own tabletop game. It was like an old school, an OSR style, like old school dungeon crawl focused adventure system. And they brought me on I guess their Kickstarter was already funded at the time, I think. I don't remember exactly. I don't know. I wasn't involved in any of that. But they brought me on, and they wanted to start doing, like, some interior work, and then later some covers and stuff. And, I literally forgot why I brought this up. Oh, yeah. Because at that point I had only really done private commissions, like people, you know, just doing people's like D&D characters, you know, for them, and, you know, some other random stuff here and there. And so I'd never done like actual work for a book before, except for this one group of illustrations that I did right when I started streaming, that someone had paid for like a book that no one would ever see, because it was like a no money Kickstarter like charity project that, I mean, I'm like, I committed, I did artwork for them, but it's, you know, it's one of those things where it's like no one's ever gonna see it. Let's be real. But you know, so I started doing work for Reaper, and I kept telling myself, I'm like, the only thing all I want is, I don't, you know how every time you buy an RPG book, there's a lot of art in it, and someone has to have the worst piece in the book, right? Like, there's one piece that's gotta be the worst piece in the book, you know? Even if it's not bad, it just has to be, like, not the best. You know, there's the one that is like, okay, this one's not on the same level as the others. All I wanted was to not be that. I just wanted to not have, you know, the piece that people look at and be like, who hired this guy? I can show you what I did for them, by the way. My, the stuff that I did for them was, I think the first piece I ever did was this one, which all they want, so this one was the first piece I did for them, and it kind of began a running joke in all of my art that I've ever done for Reaper, which is that, so they wanted these adventurers, which these are, you can't tell because you can't see their faces, but these 4 adventurers were designed by Max Dunbar. He did a bunch of illustrations of these 4 characters, and so they wanted an illustration of the 4 characters coming up on some sort of door in a dungeon, right? And so I did this. I did this illustration for them, and I was doing the door, and I did a bunch of different designs on it, but I didn't know what to put on it And so as a joke, if you can obviously tell, like, I put my own face on the door, and then I put a bunch of tentacles on it, and then I also put my face right here, like in these little statues on the side, because I thought that was funny. And I thought it was a funny joke. And also here, by the way, here. And this kind of started a trend that I've continued ever since, where it's like every time I do a piece of art for them, I have to put I always put my face in it somewhere. So like you can see right here, there's a little stone carving of my little tentacle monster guy right there in the stone wall. I don't remember where it was here. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh yeah, I think it was here in the belt or something. Yeah, it was right here in the belt. I hid a little tentacle guy. Here there's a bunch, like you can see it's right here on the grave. I did one. I believe this is, and then I forget what I wrote here, but I always, anytime I get a chance to, I like hide messages, just funny messages in it, so I don't remember what this was, but I did, I did it there. I forget where it was on her. I forget where I hid the tentacle monster on here, I don't remember. Here, it's obvious, is right here. And then I don't remember where it was on her either. I think it was supposed to be down here, but I may have not. I may have oh no, wait, no, it was the necklace. It was the headpiece. Yeah. It's you can't see it, but it's there. It's in the headpiece is a big draft, and so like I always hide a little one. Like here on the gnome, I did 2 of them. This was my original one. Was this the log I made look like my face? But someone told me that that wasn't good enough. So I also put it down here in the little in the belt buckle. And it's just a thing I do for fun, like just to see if anyone calls me out on it, because I think it's funny. And it's, you know, to me, it's one of those, it's a funny thing that like anyone who sees my work can, like, you know, they can be like, oh hey, I'm gonna search for the little tentacle guy in the picture. I feel like I don't need to put one in this picture because it's got a Cthulhu and it's got a tentacle monster already, so it's like I feel like I don't need to put any others. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I yawned. I hope you guys are doing well. Has it really only been 2 hours? It feels like so much more. It feels like so much more. Alright. How are we feeling about the green? Is green good? Are we... Do we need to try something else? Do we need to try like a purple? Should we go with a purple here, maybe? Maybe Maybe the purple will be the darkening color. We'll just make it the. Yeah, we'll leave it as a shave. Are you streaming in 720p? I do output to 720p, I believe. But I mean, I can zoom in as much as you want. It's just, you know, there's a lot of details. Like, usually I work about this size. You know, so I tend to get very up in here with like the little bits that I paint. But I also, you have to stay zoomed out for a lot of things just to you know, just to make sure everything's working as a whole. So while I'm working on broad strokes of things, I tend to stay zoomed out. Oh, wrong layer. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. So, I sometimes watch TV shows in the background when I'm working on stuff, and one of the things that I watched while I was drawing and then starting to paint on this is I finished the series, the TV series Silo, and I have to ask you guys, have you guys seen it? Because I can't decide whether it was good or not. I tend to have very strong opinions about, like, you know, TV and stuff, that sometimes annoy other people. Like, other people don't tend to like my my hot takes, but I don't know. I'm still outsourcing to the hive mind. To reach my writing goal, I gotta write 1,200 words a day. Oh, gotta sit down and grind it out, man. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, and I struggle with this too when it comes to art. Is that procrastination is so easy and so available that it really does take discipline, and I am a bad procrastinator. I'm bad, like, I am undisciplined largely, to like really treat what you want to do as a job, right? And be able to, like, okay, well, if I want to do this as a job, if this is going to be how I'm going to make my money, then I need to sit down and I need to do this for 8 hours a day, right? Like, there's no substitute. You have to sit down and you just have to make it happen. As if you know, you're getting paid to do it. And so I don't know, I do struggle with that as an illustration, because procrastination is so easy, right? It's so stupidly easy. Yeah, well, so some of the sources of light are a little let's see, a little kind of not put in right now. But where is it? Let's see. So there's essentially these are the main sources of light. There's a bright white light coming from sort of up here. There's a sort of a yellow glow coming from his magic symbol. Some minor secondaries coming from their magic stuff, and then there's gonna be a big kind of green glow coming from down below. And then all of this, once it's tied together. Oh, also there's gonna be some fog, which I don't know how dense it's gonna be yet. I haven't really decided. But there's probably gonna be some fog to kind of space things out and tighten things up a bit. And then I don't know, we'll probably color grade everything together, put a vignette on it. And then just do some color balancing after. I tend to do all that stuff at the end anyway. Rather than just committing to painting it in, so. But, because I don't need it most of the time, so I put it on a toggleable layer. Oh, I need to stretch. Coming about 2.5 hours. I'm gonna stretch, man. I need to stretch, stand up, move around a little bit. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, by the way. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a nice day. If you'd like to, if that's a thing that interests you, feel free to say hello. Tell me what's going on with you. How you doing? I have a water bottle. I am drinking from it. Dude, I don't know. It's like poison ivy or bug, like a rash from bugs or something. I fucking, I feel like I broke out into, like, hives or a rash or something the other day, and I've been so itchy. And to top it off, I went with my dad and my brother to the pool, because my dad has to, I have to take him there so he can get some exercise. And now, like, ever since then, because I don't wear, like, sunblock, fucking my whole upper body is sunburned too, and it's still like, so it stings and it hurts and I'm itchy all over, and I'm just like, I'm going crazy, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm dying. Am I allergic to the sun? Probably, honestly. Probably. I don't know. I don't, like, it's, all of that is, I've never broken out in hives or whatever. Anyway. It's also very hot, man. I live in Florida, and it's getting on summer, and it's like, it's nasty in my room. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. We'll take a 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere, or do. I can't stop you. If you haven't already, guys, follow the channel. That'd be cool. I appreciate if you do. And if you'd like to, !coffee, KOFI. If you wanna support the channel, you know, help me keep doing my work. Maybe keep this thing going. Or if you like Twitch, consider dropping a sub. You get access to some cool emotes that I made. And that's about it. Anyway, I'll be right back.
A new follower. Alright, I am back. Sorry. I was doing something, and I was organizing my trip to the airport for 12. Where did I put my pen? Did you guys see where I put my pen? Oh, there it is. It's behind my tablet. Did my music stop? It totally did. So I left you guys, and I left you guys without music. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Neo? Thank you for the follow. You know, there's a whole story about when you got. Oh, okay. I picked up my headphones. I must have touched it and turned it off. There's a whole story about how I got this VTuber model, and it's not as interesting as you would think. Like, there was no like cool design process or anything like that. It was it was literally just something that I doodled in like 2 minutes. Alright, where are we? We're not doing that anymore, and we want to be on this layer. Because I got nothing else to ramble about. So, I used to, for you guys who don't know, I guess that would be everyone. When I started on Twitch, I started streaming on Twitch, I don't even remember how long ago, but it was like, I want to say it was like 2017, it was like 2016, I started streaming on Twitch, completely randomly, because at the time I didn't even have a Twitch account, like I didn't use Twitch at all, but this was just around the time when a new site had come into existence called Roll20. Bear in mind, I'm old, and so for my entire life on the internet, people have been looking for a way to play D&D online with their friends, and there never really was any good options for that until Roll20 came around. Roll20 allowed, it was like easily the least clunky and the best working option that had ever existed up until that point. Sounds like you're old. I'm much older than 25, I promise you that. Add about 10 years to that. Actually 11. But anyway, so I was in 2016 I was on Roll20, and I was looking to find groups of people to play with, to DM for and stuff like that. And one of the guys, or one of the groups that I started running games for, I had known about podcasts, like D&D podcasts. I had heard Acquisitions Incorporated was one. I think there was like one or two others that I knew of at the time, but they weren't super popular. But I'd known about them, and so that was a thing I was aware of. And so the people that I was running for, one of them said, "Hey, I have a small Twitch channel, and I think it'd be fun to live stream the game that we're playing." He said, "Do you want to do it?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not opposed to it." And so we did a stream on his Twitch channel, but he wasn't really he was just a dude who streamed occasionally for fun. Like, he wasn't really into making his channel grow or anything like that. I'm gonna snooze this ad that's coming up, by the way. And so I think we did like 1 or 2 streams, and I was just like, okay, here's the way I see it. If we're gonna do this, right, because I'm indifferent either way, but I said, if we're gonna do this, then you gotta, I don't like doing things half-assed, so I'm like, if you're gonna do it, we gotta just do it, right? It's gotta be have some work put into it, into how it looks, into how it's presented, into, all that stuff. And no one in the group wanted to do that work, right? And so I was like, well, then I guess I'll do it. And so I took over and I designed an overlay for the stream, and I was like, well, also, if it's gotta be, if it's gonna be broadcast, then it's gotta be on its own channel, and, whatever.
And so I started a channel, and none of the people who were involved, they didn't really care. And then I was like, okay, what should we call the channel? They didn't really care. And so I just made up a name off the top of my head, and I called it Exploding Dice. And I made the Twitch channel Exploding Dice, and I ran the game, and I managed the channel. And then, at the time I had started streaming, I also kind of met some other streamers. And another streamer that I met that streamed tabletop games, and I became friends with, he had this thing, like, he would end his stream, and he had been streaming longer than I had. So every time he would end his stream, he would say something about his, about this character called Moldark, which was kind of like the channel's mascot, and also the name of his, like, chat bot. And he'd say something about, like, don't let Moldark touch you in the dungeon, or whatever. I don't fucking remember. It was like 10 years ago at this point. But that's what he said. And because I was young and impressionable about streaming, and I didn't know anything about streaming on Twitch, I just thought, oh, that's a thing to do. That's a thing, like, a thing that you do is, like, you create a character or something, and then you can kind of have the people that watch your show, like, I don't know, they'll develop a relationship with this funny made-up mascot character or whatever. I don't fucking know. So I made my own chatbot, and I called it Dice Thulu, because it was the first thing that came to my head. It was like a Cthulhu that eats dice or whatever. I don't fucking know. And I named the chatbot that, and at the end of every stream, I'd say something about Dice Thulu. And he kind of became our channel mascot. And so all of the emotes most of the emotes that I made were of Dice Thulu. And the design for him was essentially, I had ripped off, if you guys have ever played Darkest Dungeon, Cthulhu is not in Darkest Dungeon, but there is one, like, splash screen in Darkest Dungeon that has a drawing of Cthulhu. And so I kind of ripped off the design from that, and I just, that just became his design. And then my friend, and actually I don't think I have it anymore now, because I believe I may have lost it, because of, let me see if I still have it. Where would it even be? It would be... I believe I may have lost all my old streaming stuff. Because, yeah, I did. I lost all my old streaming stuff. Because my hard drive died. So I don't have it anymore. So I don't even think I have that image of Dice Thulu. Let me see... it's on Twitter somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, okay, here. So, my friend, who was another artist made this image. He painted this for me. And this was his painting of Dice Thulu, that I used as my channel mascot, which we made shirts and whatever. He gave me this piece of art to use, and I loved it, and so I used it all the time. And this kind of became our channel mascot. And then fast forward a while, and I burned out on streaming tabletop games, and I just stopped streaming. Like, I left for like over a year. I left social media, and I left Twitch. I left the channel. I stopped doing everything at the time. But at the time when I left streaming, I was producing 5 tabletop shows a week, like 5 live shows a week. One of them was a talk show in which 4 times a month, so every week, 4 times a month, I would have a guest on from the wider world of, like, tabletop games and stuff. And I had every minor internet celebrity that you can think up, I had on my show at some point. I had the Penny Arcade guys. I had Chris Perkins on my show. I had Matt Mercer on my show. I had I had all the people who were like involved in tabletop games in like the era leading up to like 2020. And so and then all kinds of other stuff too, like all kinds of tabletop shows. I was doing way more work than I should, and I was producing 5 shows a week, and then at some point things weren't going the way I wanted, and I got really depressed about it, and it started harming my mental health, and I just left. I just left everything. And so fast forward about a year or so, a little over a year, and I've now moved states. I haven't streamed in over a year. Everything about the old channel, the tabletop game channel, is gone. Like, no one, everyone's moved on. The industry has moved on. I couldn't come back really if I wanted to. But I did want to just stream, and so I don't know. When I moved here, I just started streaming again. But instead of doing any of that stuff, I just wanted to do chill art stuff. Like I just wanted to focus on being an artist, which I always I wanted to do. It was always my dream. And so I did that, but I was like, well, I don't want to just stream with some people do this. I didn't want to just stream with just the art on screen and nothing else. I wanted to give some people something to feel like they're looking at. I didn't really know much about VTubers at the time. So all I did was I just took the picture of Dice Thulu that my friend had made for me, and I just put it on screen as a sort of avatar. So it's like people could be like, oh, that character is the person that I'm talking to, right? It was just like a funny thing. It was just like a haha, this is kind of funny, whatever. And then I don't know, then VTubing was kind of becoming a thing, and I figured if programs will let me like be on stream but and be able to like move my mouth and like have people feel like they're talking to me, then I'll try that out. And so I made my first draft of my avatar, and I think I don't know if I have it anymore. I literally don't know if I have access to it anymore, because it was so old. It might just be gone, but I literally drew it in like 5 minutes, and it was so ugly and stupid. And then at some point, eventually, I made this like 2.0 version. I still would like to, and the only reason it looks like this was because the emotes that I had on my channel already looked like this. They were already this character, so I just decided, okay, well, I guess I'm committing to this character now. And that's how we ended up here. Was because I had the emotes and stuff already, and I just didn't want to make new ones. And I already had the picture of the Cthulhu that I was putting on stream as like a face. And so I'm like, well, shit, I guess that... Because here's the thing, right? When people make VTuber characters, right? They can be anything they want. They can be like a monster person. They could be like a historical character. They could be like a fantasy character. They could be like whatever they want. I don't actually consider myself to be a VTuber or anything like that. Like, I don't consider myself to be anything other than just a guy. Like, I'm just a normal dude. I don't, like, roleplay as a tentacle monster, you know? I literally only use the avatar because I am too lazy to make myself presentable to be on camera. Like, I don't want to clean my room, and I don't want to, like, comb my hair and have to shave and look presentable. That's literally why I have the VTuber avatar, so I don't have to do that. Like, it's not because I want to be anonymous or anything like that. Like, my website is literally my name. Like, you can see, like, there's videos of me on the channel. Like, it's none of that. It's just that I'm just lazy. And so here we are. I've considered, like, doing a redesign, or I guess, like, I would like to, like, if I would like to have some extra money to maybe hire someone to actually do a proper, like, rigged live 2D model, but I just don't have the extra. I'm a struggling artist. Like, I barely make ends meet with the you know, with the work that I do, so. So I'd like to, in the future, like, maybe try out, like, doing a proper rigged model, but at the moment, no, that's not really a thing.
We weren't able to see clearly inside your heart.
You've had me in
Yes, more ads,
asked you not to do that.
unfortunately. Ads over. And thank you. How long do you usually stream for? Generally about 4 hours. Realistically, I should aim for like 6, but I don't know. I get kind of lazy and I get sort of tired, and you know, especially, I don't know. Sometimes I do get a little in my own head when, you know, when the stream, you know, and there's no one around. And it's just, you know, it's just kind of me, and I've just been like, either, cause what'll happen is, I don't usually, like, my stream's usually very quiet, very low key, usually very, like, not a lot of people here talking, and so, it tends to be very easy for me to, like, slip into
a solid like 4 hours, or like sometimes like 2 to 3 hours of just working and not talking at all. Like if there's no one in chat, like I'll just put my head down and I'll just be working and I won't say anything. And that doesn't, yeah, that's not very conducive to you know, a thriving stream. So usually at that point, then I'll just, if that's what's going on, I'll just be like, okay, you know, 4 hours is a good place to cut it. But if people are hanging around and things are popping, then, you know, sometimes I'll go a little bit longer. I used to stream for like 6 hours, but I don't know, I got lazy. I used to not like, I would feel upset with myself if I allowed myself to essentially give out after only that long, because then, you know, to me it would feel like I'm not putting in at least some effort to have, like, you know, to do like a day's work, even though I do work off stream, but still, you understand what I mean. I did all these shadows, but I feel like I'm gonna have to blast these with green, sort of a green blush along them, just to kind of get everything there. Oop, that's not what I wanted. All right, let's try setting up some limiters here. Yeah, no worries. You're more than welcome. Please do not feel obligated to stick around on my account. I appreciate everyone just, you know, everyone just hanging out. No, the coins are gonna be slightly above it, but I want to do like sort of a blush of green on the sort of the shadowed faces of all the rocks, just because it's, I don't know, it like I think they clash too a little too much right now. With the shadow there doesn't blend very well, so I'm gonna probably have to go back in and do it. Let me turn up this layer just a bit. There we go. So I will be when this is done, I'm gonna be bringing this this print to ReaperCon, which is gonna be in Denton, Texas, the last weekend in August. So if you happen to be in the area, I'm gonna be doing Artist Alley there, so you might, you know, it might be fun to you know, come out and say hi. But also, if you are interested, I will probably I'll probably have it on sale. I'm gonna probably put my prints, like a bunch of prints, up on print on demand sale somehow afterwards. How does it work? Where is that even coming from? Oh, Twitter. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I actually don't know how that works. Is there a chat on Twitter? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know.
Poor woman, she's almost out of her mind.
Twitter is dead. Twitter is like the only platform that I actually get any traction on. Well, actually, that's not true. I don't get any traction anywhere. No one sees my posts on any on any website. I don't know. I try not to, but I get so, like, sometimes I get jealous of my friends. I was this is an old story at this point, but one of my good friends is an artist named Ramek. He's a streamer. He does horror art, but he's actually been leaning away from horror art and doing a lot more fantasy stuff and commission work recently. But he's he did a series. Well, not really a series. He did a couple of illustrations. His art always is very popular. People love his work. I do too. But he did a couple of illustrations of like horror art style, like styled Pokemon characters. So he did like Pokemon, but like in this really kind of, I don't want to say realistic, but like just souped up style that was, you know, very, very much you know, in line with kind of like dark fantasy, dark horror kind of art. And I was talking with him about we were in Discord talking about something, and oh yeah, we were in Discord and we were just sharing random things, and he wanted to share some art with me that because he was someone he knows. He was saying like this artist that he knows that he's a fan of followed him on Twitter, and he wanted me to see the guy's work, and I said, okay, I'll just go to. He didn't remember his Twitter handle, so I said, okay, I'll just go to Twitter, and I'll click on your follower the follower list, because if you don't know, when you click on the word, like the number of followers that people have, it shows you a list of every follower they have in the order, like chronological order. So like the top of the list will be the most recent, and you just go down. And I figured I'll just go click on the list, and I'll just scroll down until I find someone that he's telling me about. And he was like, oh yeah, well, I don't think you can do that, because I posted that Pokemon art, and and it got like 9,000 people like clicked on it, and after that I was like, it got like 9,000 likes. He was like, no, it got 9,000 new followers. He posted that piece and he got 9,000 new followers. His work goes hard. People love it. I'm very jealous.
It's bloodless, no doubt about that.
It will
But
devour you bit by bit.
nah, but Rom is cool. He's a really fun guy to be around. I don't know, we bullshit all the time. Though I haven't played Darktide with him in a while. He loves playing Darktide. I'm gonna do a little bit more brown in these, so. Though maybe I'll have to tone them a bit differently, because this definitely need, like, the tone here definitely is not gonna work. Anyway, what I'm saying is, please be nice and go on Twitter and retweet my posts so I feel good about myself, because that's the only way I can have validation. All right, I need it. I need your validation.
Listen to the ending. But there was a full moon that night. Your daughter told me that you actually knew a well.
Again, guys, if you like my work and you want to support the stuff I do, definitely follow the channel if you haven't. Hang out with me while I stream. That's the biggest way to support, honestly. That's like the biggest free way, because when you guys are hanging out with me, I feel a lot better. Helps keep me working. You know, just having someone to chat to keeps me working and keeps me kind of motivated. But if you want to, help in a slightly more tangible way that helps keep me moving, you can subscribe via Twitch if you don't mind giving Jeff Bezos your money. And then you get access to a bunch of emotes that you might find cool. Really, the emotes are the only reason to subscribe on Twitch.
If you're not a fan of that, then, well, I would suggest !KOFI. You can find a couple different ways to support. All the support there goes towards paying my bills, mostly my student loans, so that I can not have to struggle every month, you know. I do have tentative spots, commission spots that are open, though I would inquire first, because I don't know what I do owe people some work. I'm a little bit backlogged, and I'd hate to, you know, take money for a piece that I might not get to for a while. Because, you know, backlogs. They suck. They really do.
Do not accept this. For the sake of your sanity, pray it isn't true. The legend of Hell House. So what are you guys up to? What's everyone? What's going on with everyone? How's life? How's the world treating you? Hope everything's going well for you guys. I don't know, my last couple of months have been a lot. It's hard to, I don't want to, like, not to, like, sound like I'm complaining or anything, but it's been a rough last couple of months, so I'm hopefully we're over those hills and onto greener pastures. Can't find a D&D game to join? Well, I can't say you will find one, but I don't know. You could, like, join the Discord, see if anyone's willing to hang out and do that. I haven't had to find a D&D game myself for a long time because I literally used to put together campaigns with like streamers and stuff, like content creators, and I've had my same home group. We play every Friday-ish, that I've been playing with for like 10 years now. So that is not a thing I lack for. Exclamation point Discord, by the way, if you want to join the Discord. Hello, Urge. I don't know, where are you even chatting? I know you can hear me, but where are you posting that? Like, is there a chat on the fucking... Oh, there is! Oh! You have to click it, but there is a chat. I didn't even know that. Yeah, exclamation point. I don't know if that works. The button works. I hope it does. But that's the Discord link right there. Yeah, I guess Twitter does have a chat. I didn't know that. I just clicked on the tweet, but yeah, I don't know. Twitter streaming's weird, right? It's fucking weird, bro. But it's part of Restream, so might as well, right?
When I held you in my arms, I felt a strange sensation. Waiting to receive life. Who in their right mind would believe a man had returned from the dead? You've been living in the shadow. Herm. Maybe we'll just something a little bit more, a little bit like this.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get through it. We're just doing a little bit of. It's a slow process, but we'll get there. Rendering takes time.
Say, aren't you a little too early?
What do you mean?
I mean, it doesn't seem like you're ready to join us just yet.
Join you? Yeah, no, I'm just passing through.
Folks don't tend to pass through Pottsville.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's nice here.
It's a little dull, but I can fix that.
I'm really just looking to leave here.
Our dying world, no one is cruel, nor unjust. We're struggling for survival, kill or we die. There's no other choice. They're impulsive, unpredictable.
For a woman, she's almost out of her mind.
You must resist this. You will resist.
Itchy. Itchy. Is this a commission? No, not this particular piece. This is for a print. So I'm gonna be going to a convention at the end of August, and I'm bringing a couple pieces there as prints to sell. And this one I'm doing as sort of a brand new illustration. So brand new illustration, new print. The other prints that are going there are all going to be stuff that I've already done for the client that is running the convention. So for the last 2 years, give or take, I've been working mostly for a company called Reaper Miniatures. They make D&D like tabletop miniatures. And so I've been doing a bunch of illustration work for them, some of it for their Dungeon Dwellers RPG, which is a new RPG system that they're designing that they kickstarted, and I did a bunch. Originally, they contacted me to do some work for the book, and then some subsequent stuff, and then most recently I've been doing a lot of stuff for their promotions. So like this was the last piece that I did for them, which was a larger illustration based on a miniature that they have, which is just a bust, like a torso to the head of this gnome king, and so they wanted like a big diorama so they could make it into a miniature. So that was what this was. And then this was another piece that they paid for a miniature design. Actually, I did these 4 characters as miniature designs for exclusive miniatures and promo material for their convention, ReaperCon, which is the one that I'm going to, because they do like 4 custom. I think they do a lot more, but they I guess they like to do like a set of thematic miniatures every year. Last year I did these for them. Let me see if we can find them. Last year I did these characters for them, and so I did these 4, and they were made into miniatures, and they were used for like promo art and stuff at the convention. And then this year I did these, except that this one they decided they didn't want to use for that, so they wanted a different thing, so that's why I did this guy. But then I just do some like cover stuff. This was a cover illustration that I did for them a while back. This was another cover illustration that I did for them a while back. This I already did. So I don't know. I have a bunch of stuff, but so this piece is not actually being paid for by anyone. This is something I chose to do myself, so I could have a new piece of art to bring there and sell as a print. That's it.
There's
That's
something wrong with me.
that's what it is.
I have the ability to cure.
So, my hope is that people like it, and then when I bring it to the, to the convention, that people are like, yes, I would like to have this, and then they pay me money, and then I can make money, so I can pay my bills. That's my goal, anyway. That's the idea. But I do take commissions. I've been leaning away from private commissions, which is just, I guess a lot of people don't tend to know the difference, but, a private commission is when, like, an individual comes to you and they just want to pay, like a small fee for an illustration, but what they're not doing is they're not paying for, like, commercial use license, rights and stuff like that, and they're not essentially paying a flat rate that, for publishing rights and whatnot. And so, sorry, I heard someone yelling in my house. So I don't really do as many as I used to, because I mostly just want to focus on, I want to do this as a career. I like what I'm doing, and I want to do more of it, and so I want to focus on published stuff, professional pieces that I can say, like, hey, I did this, and I got my name in the credits of a book, that kind of stuff, rather than just like, I drew so-and-so's, so-and-so paid me to draw their D&D character. I mean, I did it for a while, like, that's kind of how I cut my teeth. You can see, here, so, like, this is all the work that I've done for Reaper. All the finished work that I've done for them, over the last, like, since, like, February. I started in February 2024. So I guess that's just over a year. And so, this is all the work that I've done for them, but I've done, like, these are all overlay, like, stream overlay commissions that I did. That I used to do. I don't really do these anymore, but these are all, like, stream overlay commissions. And then emotes. I used to do some emotes and stuff. And then, like, here is a bunch of, this is all just illustration commission work, like character portraits and stuff, that I've done on stream. Some of it is for me, most of it's for clients. Just learning how to paint and all that stuff. So, I mean, I do it. I have no problem with it. It's just that I would rather have, I would rather, if possible, have, like, one consistent client that is coming to me for, like, bigger pieces, because the thing about it is, right, as much as I like, as much as I understand and I respect, and I don't mean to denigrate anyone who, like, hires artists to do character art, right? There's nothing wrong with doing character art for
paying clients. But the thing about it for me is that, and this is largely the reason I don't like doing the graphic design commissions anymore either, is that people who pay for that kind of stuff, right, are, I don't want to denigrate them, but as a whole, they tend to be a little bit on the stingy side, right? Which what I mean by that is, like, they want art, but very, very rarely do you encounter someone for whom money to produce it is not an object, right? Like, they're almost always trying to get as much as they can for as little as they can. And I don't, again, that's not to denigrate people, because I would do that too, right? But I don't, as an artist, I don't haggle on prices. I refuse to. And at the same time, like, because a lot of the people who are buying character art tend to be on the stingy side, they fucking turned off my music. They often will pay for, like, things that are not particularly complicated as far as illustration pieces, right? Like, things that are simple in their composition, in their structure, in their repeatability. And I find that for me, I don't, like, it's not enough of a challenge, right? In, like, I don't feel like I'm learning a lot as an artist by doing that kind of stuff, right? I don't really feel myself growing in important ways. And so I want to get better. I want to challenge myself. I want to do more. And I'm not going to do that by doing, like, single character standing on gray background, or like 3/4 of a character with, like, a little bit of a background detail. Like, what I want to be doing is I want to be doing the stuff that inspired me when I was a kid, which is, like, cover art, like the cover art on D&D books and stuff like that. Like, that's the stuff that inspired me as a kid. That's the stuff that made me be like, holy shit, that's really cool. And, so that's the stuff I want to do. I want to learn how to do. I want to be better at. And I'm never going to do that. Like, I'm never going to get the opportunity to do that if my market is just, Jim who wants a picture of his D&D character. And so I need to, like, I need to focus on bigger clients and higher profile work, professional and published work, because that's where the interesting stuff is. That's where I'm going to get a chance to do covers and, dynamic stuff and like all these kind of problem solve and, really, really push the limits of what I'm capable of. And so that's why I'm focusing on it as pretty much exclusively right now. sort of adjusting my color reference for this. So I'm probably gonna bounce at the 4-hour mark. That'll bring us just up to 8 o'clock, which I don't, it's normal. I would stream longer, but I do have to, like, I gotta get ready because I gotta be up early to take my brother to the airport. So I will probably call it a stream then. But I'll be with you guys for another like 20 minutes here or so. We will be raiding someone. Sometimes I don't. Like, sometimes at the end of a stream, I'm like, I just don't feel like it. But we'll find someone to raid, and then I'll bounce out of here. But thank you guys for hanging out with me, man. Thank you guys for sticking around and keeping me company. If you haven't already, again, follow the channel. I try and stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday if I can. And I'm trying to get back to my regular schedule, which has been kind of beaten to hell because of the events of the last month or so. But I'm back on it. And so we're getting back into it. Yeah, I got water right here. I got my water bottle. I got my water bottle. I wonder who we're even gonna rate. Who's even on today? I don't even know who's on. I got a couple people that are on. Maybe we'll find someone new, actually. Maybe we'll find someone we've never rated before. Maybe. That might be fun. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. And also, again, if you haven't, and it's a thing that you'd like to do, consider, follow me on social medias, whichever ones you use. Twitter, Instagram. You use that weird Blue Sky site. Technically, I have an account there that I barely use. MySpace. Whatever. Put me in your top 8. There's no command for that. But it's just Askren. You search me up there, you'll find me. All the links should be like right just down below the stream. So if you just scroll down a tiny bit, right in the description there should be a bunch of links that you can click. I don't really have a lot of commands set up because no one's ever really here to use them, so I just don't have any set up. Okay, that's not showing up. And again, big thanks to my man Carson for the
super raid. I may try one with this monster. I may try one of Ramik's tricks for painting, which is just to throw like a texture of like raw meat or something on the like on the color layer, and then just use it as like the color variants and stuff. I don't know, he and I paint so differently. So very differently.
I know only one way to judge a man's brilliance, and that's by the size of his bank account.
Could you disprove, for example, that the Martians have bred a race of synthetic humans to save themselves from extinction?
Firstly, you are werewolf.
It's completely out of control. I can't believe it. I don't have to believe this scientific jazz.
I experienced a strange sensation.
I'll put the coffee on.
Yeah, this thing is gonna take forever. This thing is going to take goddamn forever. Probably have to find some way to do it when I have nothing else going on. So I can just sort of zone out, you know? Not enough texture. Where's that red coming from? Okay. It's under that. So maybe I'll just put this in here. Ow. If I can find where it sits. Where is it? Actually, where the fuck is it? Where's my smoke? There it is. Just go ahead. Oh, you know what? I bet if I did that, right? I bet we could. have to figure out some more stuff as I go, but where's my... Okay. Okay, so I think it, I'm thinking okay. So if we do some high saturation highlights at the front or at the bottom, I think we can kind of leave. We gotta kind of pull down there. Maybe I'll. Yeah, so if we, I'm thinking, let's see, just set this to overlay, just, oop, I think maybe dying. Huh? Oh, because we're... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. It's like, because we're below a bunch of stuff. Okay, so... So I need to find something that's gonna like I hope the gold is enough there. And then I guess if we just make the eyes, maybe the eyes like the brightest part. I feel like there needs to be something, like, there needs to be a punch up right in here. Just so we can kind of funnel everything down. Because my goal here, or at least the way I'm thinking of it, right, is... we're kind of so we're kind of funneling everything in here. Photoshop's stuck while I blurred tried blurring the layer. Okay, I think I see the vision. I think I see the vision, right? It's... I think it's doing what I want to do, because if I go with it like this, right? And then I just sort of strategically brighten outside of that, I think we've got a good kind of a good case on our hands. I think it'll work. The tones, I think the tones need to be adjusted. Some of the levels are not exactly where I want them to be. Like the darks in there, some of the darks in here, I think are probably maybe a little too much. So those will have to be pared back. And then maybe we'll kind of unify the darks sort of across the rest. But I think I get it. I think I see what I want to do with it now. I still don't know what I want to do with this character, though. I have no idea what I want to do with him. But I do think as it's going, I can make this work. And I don't know, maybe I don't know about the hue. I don't know if leaving it sort of muted is the play. Because it definitely is going to punch up saturated in my monitor. But I don't know, like, for example, I don't know if we sort of go with another, like, an actual, not for them, but I'm looking at the environment, like... I don't know. We'll see. Mess around with it. Alright, I think I'm going to put a pin in it for now. That's going to be my stream. Don't run away, guys. I need you. I need your bodies. I need you for 1 second. But I'm gonna start making my way out of here. So let's find someone that I can throw you at. And then I'll leave forever. I will leave forever. Alright, who's doing something interesting? Let's see. Maybe someone I don't know. Maybe someone I don't know that I've never raided before. That could be fun. I don't know, this person's got an interesting model. I either base it on what they're doing or the model that they had, like their VTuber model or whatever, since everyone's a VTuber these days. I don't really see anyone doing, like, similar fantasy art. Oh, God. Stretch. Have I rated this person? I'm not following them. So let's see. I feel like I have, though. Yeah, okay, no, I totally have. I totally have, okay.
Alright. Why is Twitch being laggy? Let's see. This is the most annoying part, guys. I'm so indecisive. I'm so indecisive. I don't know what to do. What to do. Herm. You know what? I don't know. I was gonna say maybe Doomfruit. I haven't raided Doom in a while. Alright. Hold on. I think I'm gonna raid someone. So, let's raid this person. I think I've raided him before, but why not? Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over there. Do me a favor. Say hello when we get over there. Show some support. Say hi. Throw yourself at them. Throw some emotes in chat. I will see you guys probably on Friday. I'll be back here at about 3 o'clock. Until then, thank you guys for hanging out with me, man. Thank you so much for the support, for the follows, all that. I will see you around. Until next time, guys. Good night. Good night. Good night.